So you are not going to receive the presentation, for example, according to the thematic issues of discussion, of the thematic climatic issues of discussion, like mitigation, adaptation, finance, technology, capacity building, loss and damage, No, I just captured the issues, and these issues are as follows. The first issue is combined adaptation and loss and damage, where participants address themselves to the issue of promoting climate smart practices, including agroforestry, conservation agriculture, organic farming, as well as smallholders. And there where they talked about seed irrigation technologies and training, the need for continued promoting of those practices in adapting in adaptation technologies. The second issue is the implementation of water efficient water management systems, including rainwater harvesting, sustainable irrigation methods to cope with scarcity and climate variability. And the third is to ensure transparent reporting, which is indicator-based, in line with the East African community, the African group of negotiators, the G77, and China. So those are the issues, the key issues that I captured in under adaptation. And then we have the other sub-issues under loss and damage, where we expressed the need to ensure that the fund, which was established in COP 28, is adequately financed and is designed to provide immediate relief to communities. Secondly, the contribution to loss and damage, we urged that they should be predictable, equitable, and reflect the historical responsibilities and the historical responsibilities of industrialized nations. Then again on loss and damage, that it must go beyond economic compensation. It must go beyond economic compensations, including provisions of non-economic impacts. This, again, was re-echoed yesterday in the meeting, particularly for the health, the presentation that was provided by Mr. Kabishwa on health. But above all, there was an ask, the ask to secure at least $200 billion annually by 2030 for loss and damage, which is a commitment that is made by developed countries towards developing countries. I move to the second issue that was that we captured, particularly for guys within the mitigation thematic area. They actually said they commit themselves to through ambitious mitigation commitments in line with the 1.5 degrees as a commitment pledge, as per the commitment pledge in Paris Agreement. But also they demanded that there is increased ambition by phasing out fossil fuels. Then the other is accelerating renewable energy transition. Then the other is enhancing energy efficiency. The second issue under mitigation was the carbon emission reduction, enhancing carbon credit sales to support the net zero path, which includes carbon sequestration, conservation, forest conservation, and reforestation. The key ask is to promote and adopt stronger carbon pricing mechanisms, reduction of fossil fuels, including the subsidy reforms, and stringent emission reduction regulation. I go to the third, which was technology transfer. This was not, I don't want to insult Mr. Onduri, but it is complicated a little bit. Therefore, synthesizing the outcomes was a bit difficult. But I came up with 4 things. Uganda's need to apply for more funds to enable us to complete our technology needs assessment was 1. The second was for the Ministry of Water and Environment, as well as the Ministry of Finance. They need to collaborate and empower NDA and GAF focal points. Then the third was the need for financial support in technology transfer, especially the commercial banks and other institutions for deployment and diffusion. And the last was establishing special teams responsible for translating the COP decisions and other opportunities into proposals for implementation, particularly the CSOs. Then I go to the fourth, which is the climate financing. Again, yesterday during the opening remarks, I received additional comments which were in line with this proposal, especially from Oxfam International in Uganda, and I don't remember, and Action Aid Uganda. They proposed that Uganda needs a national institution to coordinate. No, Uganda needs to enhance, to strengthen the national institution to coordinate, manage, and access climate and development financing. We appreciate that climate finance unit is there. We appreciate that the national climate finance strategy is in place. We appreciate that there are financial mechanisms there, but we need to strengthen those mechanisms to make it much more robust. The new collective quantified goal was another thing that we talked about, and we consider that the 100 billion per year was insufficient, and therefore called on the parties to consider the proposal to up the monies that are within the new collective quantified goal, that is within the range of $5.8 to $5.9 trillion. This was re-echoed yesterday in the meetings, in several presentations that were made. And what crystallizes out as the key ask is to establish a clear roadmap for delivering and scaling up climate finance with specific attention to loss and damage, which I talked about earlier. The fourth is capacity building, and there are a number of issues therein. Capacity issues related to carbon trade. We need to find a wordsmith to craft the words to roll out the regulation, tax implications of carbon trade, and related texts that we shall craft around carbon trade. We need capacity building for CSOs, traditional and cultural leaders, and religious leaders as well, and many other groups that may articulate themselves in that line. There is need to reconstitute the capacity building negotiations in the thematic working groups. I don't know how we shall craft the language, but there is that expressed need. There is need for capacity building on NDCs, capacity building on bankable projects, capacity building on UNFCCC communications, the role of the universities, building their capacity for internal negotiations, and empowering the youth through green jobs. There is a whole set of capacity building needs that I captured that we might need to find text that is within the range of a 3-liner paragraph that might capture everything in there. Then I captured the issues related to gender and climate change. There was no specific gender group that presented them, but for each group that was presenting, these issues arose and were grouped as gender issues. First, there is a need to finalize the gender climate response strategy. I think also was it Mr. Onduri? Did mention, no, was Mr. Epitu, did mention during his presentation that there is a need. FAO was funding the climate gender strategy, and there is a need to finalize that. But also in the group, during the group works, it emerged. Then we need to ensure dedicated climate financing for gender specific. Much as we are talking about climate financing in general, there is a specific request to consider gender specific projects. Then there is a need to center gender justice in climate actions. I have problems in understanding and articulating climate justice, but it was expressed. It was an expressed need to address impacts of climate change that are vulnerable to women. There is also another issue to tackle gender-based violence. gender-based violence linked to disasters, linked to conflicts. And then there was also another issue relating to gender-sensitive climate education. It is not how best can we present those concerns. Then we move on to the other issue, the issue to do with the agroecology. Where is Peram? Yes, Peram is here. The issue of gender ecology and food sovereignty, food security. And there were a number of requests or asks. One was prioritizing policies that promote agroecology, particularly for smallholder farmers, emphasizing women and indigenous communities. The second was to reform agricultural subsidies, redirecting them from industrial inputs towards agroecological approaches that prioritize core benefits arising from environment, core benefits arising from environment. The other issue was to address government on the underlying drivers of food sovereignty and food security caused by climate change. And we talked about those things covering the issues relating to land, relating to water resource management for the marginalized communities. Therefore, I tried to come up with the key asks to scale up agroecology and investment in capacity building efforts, as well as food security and food sovereignty. And this should go in the COP negotiations and urge governments to incorporate it into national climate strategies. But also, there was a request by PELAM associations to elevate the discussion on agroecology to thematic group, just as we have thematic groups on adaptation, mitigation, capacity building. They urged that we should push towards elevating the group to that level of discussions. There was a grouping of text related to renewable energy, prioritizing and investing in renewable energy sources such as solar, wind, geothermal, hydroelectricity, and reducing the dependency on fossil fuels. If we reduce the dependence on fossil fuels, we will be pushing for what is called the low carbon path. And secondly, there was need to support community level renewable energy projects that are related to mini grids, biodigester, micro hydro projects, solar home systems, and the like. The ninth is climate governance and coordination, where I capture the issues that involve local communities in the design of climate actions, such as climate action plans for district local governments to ensure interventions that are culturally, geographically, and socially relevant. Secondly, to develop transparent mechanisms to monitor and report capacity building, in capacity building, to address capacity building in progress of implementation action, ensuring that data is accessible to the public and other partners. And then the 10th is enhancing public awareness and education. I did group this because it came out through the thematic groups, and therefore I thought repeating it again and again wouldn't make a lot of sense. Where youth and women would be empowered in climate leadership action, with a focus on financing youth initiatives and enhancing interdisciplinary education, capacity building for a just transition, and developing research skills to be taken as a major priority. And at COP29, youth must push climate finance, education, representation, and justice, while women and gender advocate for emphasis on gender equity in climate actions. We had an area which I called, which is synonymous with global stocktake. And there was a need to urge the government to include loss and damage in its climate finance strategies and international climate negotiations, alongside building for stronger emission reduction targets. But we also emphasize the need for progress, reviewing the progress, actually the need to take stock of the progress on climate change. Then there was a grouping of issues related to mining, oil and gas extraction, and climate justice, where there was a need to develop sustainable or rather strategic mining management mechanisms to address impacts and challenges that originate from the mining and the extraction industry. And for lack of wording, I talked about addressing, talking about oil-related climate justice. It is a mouthful. It is a lot of text required. I didn't have that text at the moment. I don't have the text to accompany that issue, but it is a very important issue. I saw Dr. Mogere. Yes, he will. I will borrow some words from him that can make this attractive. Then lastly, there was text that came through, which addresses themselves to the health sector, and that again streams through the thematic issues of discussion on adaptation, on loss and damage, on financing, and on gender. Just as I have highlighted above, for purposes of repeating, so that you get the ways they were articulated. One, on adaptation, there is need to integrate the health indicators under the global goal of adaptation to ensure comprehensive monitoring of climate-induced impacts and strengthening health systems, including robust early warning systems to address climate-related health risks, including timely alerts, for example, extreme heat and vector-borne diseases, among others. On loss and damage, there was need to establish a rapid and flexible, but also access of loss and damage funds for health-related needs in vulnerable communities. On finance, there was need for climate financing that focuses itself on health-related projects with returns, improving physical and mental health while generating economic savings. And on gender, there was need to finalize the gender action plan, which is that addresses climate change impacts of health, focusing on vulnerable grassroots communities. Ladies and gentlemen, those are the issues I captured during the thematic group discussions, as well as yesterday. And I beg to submit. Where is Anthony? Well, well,
Good morning, everyone. Yes, I'm Disan Chikomeko. I also work with CANU. Do we have any concerns that need to be addressed or any points that were missed yesterday? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Marion Icheduna. I came a bit late yesterday. I joined in the afternoon, so Gasta's presentation has brought me up to speed on the issues that were deliberated on. I work for a Belgian organization called Protos, Join for Water, but I'm here in the capacity of the Executive Director, Uganda Water and Sanitation Network, where as Join for Water, we also chair a working group on integrated water resource management. My comment is going to really relate to the first issue on adaptation, loss and damage. Yeah, it's interesting to hear aspects on climate smart agriculture, efficient water use, but I think I miss a bit the point on the ecological resilience side of things. So as we talk about social resilience, resilience of social systems, how people benefit from climate smart agriculture, efficient water use, there is also the ecological bit. So if we could look at it holistically as social ecological resilience, then it would make a lot of sense when it comes to climate resilience. There was a point indicated on rainwater harvesting, maybe just for information. As OWASNet, there's also a working group that is pushing the bill on rainwater harvesting. It has been tabled to Parliament. So it would really be good to check what is in that bill and what relates to the deliberations here. Then maybe building on the aspect of social ecological resilience. From the discussions, disaster risk reduction has been discussed comprehensively under loss and damage. Climate change adaptation has been discussed comprehensively. So the component of ecosystem management and restoration, if we could look at all three and bring out the role of ecosystems in disaster management, I think it would also add a bit more weight. I know that there is a whole department in Ministry of Water and Environment that holds all aspects to do with catchment management, ecosystem restoration. But I feel as CSOs, as we shape this position paper, we should also put emphasis not only emphasizing the social aspects, but also the ecological resilience aspects. So my message here is social ecological resilience. I'll stop at it there for now. Thank you, Pastor.
Thank you. Do we have any other?
Yeah, thank you. Well, the Gusta is talking about text, maybe needs more reshaping, but one key thing that came to my mind is that yesterday when we were discussing technology, there were issues to do with AI, and there was a big capacity gap. So I don't know whether we are going to put that in capacity building or to remain in technology. The areas where I feel we need capacity building is technology, is AI. If you can capture that, I think I'll be fine. But also, Bachika, I don't know whether he's around. He seemed to emphasize that we need to negotiate as developing countries on operationalization of Article 6. He kept emphasizing that. So I think that's something we need to bring to the table with our negotiators and also the audience to understand exactly what is this Article 6 that Bachika talking about. But the elephant in the room is climate finance. We need to negotiate about delivering more finance and higher quality finance for climate action. And I think the issues of adaptation that the previous speaker talked about needs to be costed, and we negotiate for that. Because basically that is what is for us in Africa. The rest has been the story of the part of the world in the north. Now, when we talk adaptation, when we talk food, when we talk health, that's what is our part. So if we could actually cost that, and this 1 billion, we also negotiate how much is that is for development countries, so that we don't remain, we don't remain in one basket. We need a basket for development countries to address our issues, the issues of our people. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. I'm Baguma Richard Rwatoro. I represent the Civil Society Coalition on Transport in this meeting. As the rapporteur noted that the number of legal issues that were not raised, I agree with him in entirety, but mostly when you look at the mouthful of the legal issues, they are domestic and of no relevance to the COP position paper. However, one thing comes in mind. We are challenged as civil society. The framework in which we operate, we are supposed to be partners with government. To the extent that we have succeeded in that direction, we have also failed miserably on accountability. That it is foolhardy and very difficult for you now to use certain mechanisms for accountability with government, which looks at you as a partner. And in that regard, none in our sector talks about the regional and international mechanisms of accountability against government. Government under international environmental law has a duty to respect, to protect, and to fulfill its commitments under the instruments that it has signed that lend credence to supporting the Paris Agreement climate change actions. To that extent, I want to make reference to a development in Resolution 1613 and Resolution 1614. 1613 was the effect that for the first time, the United Nations Human Rights Council respected the right to a clean and healthy environment as a fundamental human right and freedom. That was 2022. And then Resolution 6814 was the establishment of a special UN mechanism that established the special mandate for fundamental and other human rights and freedoms in the context of climate change. And just like the Universal Periodic Review mechanism, where we report on Uganda's compliance on each of those provisions and actions required under that framework, we have not, as a community of actors, as an ecosystem of interests, brought government to accountability to see to what extent have we succeeded in one direction or the other. In mind, I have a question that I don't know whether it would be of relevance. We have delayed to have a wetland bill finalized, because if you're talking climate change and you're not talking carbon sinks, and that we keep writing in our literature review that wetlands are a great opportunity for what? As a carbon sink. We don't know what we are doing. Every day, and even today in the papers, you see forests. People are cutting them left, right, and center. But we keep reporting that the forest cover has only improved by a certain margin. And then the rationalization program that is threatening absorption of NFA into probably the mother ministry, either for the better for us. We don't want to be retrogressive in thinking, but there is a lot that we need to integrate. I would invite the legal minds in this room, especially at CAN with the board member, the General Secretary, Council Muyinda. You need to mobilize the lawyers on that table and you discuss these serious things. Otherwise, we don't want to adopt offensive advocacy to start going to court against our own colleagues that we work with. I thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I think there are two, Ryoka and the chair. Hey, yeah. Ryoka and the chair, and then.
Good morning, colleagues. I've not picked enough information on climate education, whereby it is also a necessity, especially now that we need to equip the next generation with enough information as far as climate education is concerned. That is one. Still today in the health sector, we are registering a lot of outbreaks, a lot of health-related syndromes in terms of as far as climate change is concerned, whereby now we need to put a lot of emphasis as far as climate and health relationship is concerned. In this way, you shall find ourselves minimizing a lot of costs which are needed as far as managing these communicable diseases which are resulting due to abnormal climate changes minimized in Uganda. I'm Dr. Jibril Semakula Omkisha. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Augusta, you've done us well capturing almost everything which was spoken. what you didn't capture, in my view, was not talked about. But as you were sharing, I picked out a few highlights, which I thought are important, particularly the people in the room of financing. So we need to have a clear criteria for resilience-focused investments. For me, that is very, very important because always clarity is a big issue, particularly on the sectors of agriculture, energy, and water. That's one. Two, we also need to underpin the usefulness for unlocking new financing opportunities for climate resilient infrastructure and supporting portfolio aligned with adaptation goal. I thought I would amplify those two and for reflection. I thank you.
He'll come next to what I was saying. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning. I'm called Raymond Rioka. I am the founder of Yadnet Uganda and the regional coordinator for Africa Climate and Health Alliance. We bring together different partners that work on climate and health from 38 countries. And we are here to push the agenda for health in climate negotiations. I wish to thank the team yesterday. Apologies I couldn't make it. Another session going on at Imperial right now since yesterday. And I just came here to have my voice, especially for us in health. I want to speak about gender, because that's area where we in the health sector is. I wish to hear, you know, that last month, government launched the National Adaptation Plan for Health. And that HNAP, which is a 5-year plan that is going to ensure that the health sector is climate resilient to the climate shocks. And therefore, it is imperative as we talk about the government position, especially under gender, because also health is covered, we prioritize government committing to implementing the plan. It is the $26 million plan that all partners will need to support government to ensure that it's implemented. So it is imperative. I'll talk about gender and the good thing we mentioned about health and the vulnerable communities. So to qualify it, we need to commit the government to ensure that the health NAP is implemented. And all of us need to support the Ministry of Health. Two, I want to remind members that the COP29 has 5 priorities. And I had some of them submitted there. I want to record them just in a second. One, keeping 1.5 degrees within reach. That's one. Number 2 is national adaptation plans and biennial transparency reports influenced at the negotiation. Number 3, 1.5 aligned nationally determined contributions from all the stakeholders. And number 4, the new collective quantified goal on climate finance, which colleague mentioned. And number 5, finalize Article 6 of the Paris Agreement, which is on carbon markets and the market-based corporations. So these 5 priorities should be at our radar. How do we ensure our position bring these 5 priorities to ensure that government prioritize them and ensure that as teams go to Baku, these as civil society, we have our voices in these 5 priorities. So I thank the team did this today, did a great justice that I feel more than 80%, 25% were captured, even if not 90%. So we just need to qualify to ensure that we have all the other elements incorporated in the report. So I'll be ready to support somehow to ensure that we qualify them and align to these 5 priorities. Otherwise, thank you very much, and I wish great deliberation. Thank you.
Council, you have please ask. Last.
Chair, I'm sorry, let me also submit my issue. I think I have a right to air out my view. I'm called Hussein Katomuinda, Executive Director, Earth and Rights Initiative, a lawyer by profession, and also the General Secretary, Climate Action Fund, Climate Action Network. Uganda. So yesterday I was not around, but I was briefed by my project assistant who was here. And I've also listened to your submission, and you've really brought us to pace. But there's one question that I've been asking myself over and over time. As much as we demand for these things, why don't you also demand to have the seat on the table? So that when they're negotiating policies and the financing that we require as a country, that we have someone there to speak for us. Is it a no-go area? It's like we keep saying the same things, this same thing. How about we emphasize one call or one goal that we need a seat on the highest level where policies are discussed at international level? And that will link me to my former Secretary General said also. We cannot do issues of accountability, holding our country accountable, because we do not have the link between us and the international level in regards to environmental rights. So I would suggest and I would pray that we put that element as one of the key issues that we as Uganda, I like arguing it out as Africa, but every country has its own issues. But if we argue it out as Ugandans, our issues are domestic in nature that may not be necessarily the same with the neighboring country. But as a whole, as Africa, we need to get key positions on the table where international environmental laws are discussed and where policies are influenced. If we look at the issue of financing, have we thought about having an environmental bank where people can access it? Because we need innovations. As we tell them we need financing, what channels will that money move in? As someone has said, we can't hold government accountable for the resources that they have. Already right now, we have corruption issues and all these other issues. How are we going to benefit? How are the communities that we speak for going to benefit for that? But if we communicate with innovations that we are telling them, listen, this money can come through A, B, C, D. Because the issue of the financing is already there, the money has to be there. But what are we communicating as a demand for us as Uganda? How are we going to channel it from up to down? I've been cut short. I don't know why.
Time.
Okay. Otherwise, thank you very much for the presentation. It was quite impactful.
Thank you very much for your input and contributions to the overall text that was captured, particularly to you.
Oh,
Yeah.
Susan wants us to also input entomology. Yeah.
Sorry, say it again.
She wants us to input entomology.
Entomology. Okay. Everybody should. Entomology. What is entomology? Insanity. Okay. Thank you. One meeting. Thank you, Council, for the comments and the asks. I think the coordinator, the national coordinator, will substantiate, but I think your asks are really understandable. Why not have a seat at the table? The civil society being represented at the table, a lawyer being represented at the table of discussion, but also the aspects of environmental bank is something like we should consider going forward. Ruyonka, it is not me who has called you Ruyonka. Chairman, I don't know who you breast is. Okay, Ruyonka, thank you for the reminder about the 5 negotiation issues on which we have considered largely, especially talking to the question raised by Harold, the question of Article 6. Article 6 largely refers to carbon trade and the like, which I did mention that it's one of the priorities that I captured, which we have to find text that is properly worded to to capture that. Otherwise, the National Development Plan for Health, we shall consider it. But let's take note, we have the CSO position, we have been reminded about its content and size. It should be a one-pager for it to be read. So I presented text that is about 12 pages to you. We have to find, to squeeze that in one page. Be mindful of that. Therefore, a wordsmith will be required, or if possible, artificial intelligence. we shall use artificial intelligence somehow. Climate financing and the investments, yes, it is captured, though I didn't elaborate in details. Dr. Jibril, we did talk about climate education, but not in details. As I've said, we are fighting with text. We need to fight to find the words, appropriate words to contain climate education into sizable text. Otherwise, the health emphasis of the climate and health sector is done. Dr. Yes, you want me to call you Dr. Baguma? Professor Baguma. No, it's Council Baguma. Council Baguma, the wetland bill, I don't know whether it is, I need to be reminded by somebody who attended with me the ENR CSO meeting this week, whether there was a mention of the wetland bill, but it seems to have progressed a little bit. And we had also aspects of whether the wetlands are on the increase or on the decrease. I have a presentation which I can share with you for your information. Otherwise, the aspect of legal, which is mainly Ugandan legal aspects, do not find their way to COP discussions, but it is important that we bring it on board for purposes of our own understanding and craving issues that we can push forward. Harold, yes, we are taking care of Article 6, as emphasized by Mr. Bachika. Marion, you talked about social ecological resilience. Said in other words, but we covered. We covered those aspects of social, we covered those aspects of ecological. We are only limited by the text, as I've said. Otherwise, we shall capture again. With your assistance, you get us the right wording to make sure those aspects are captured. That said, I would like to thank you for being listeners, good listeners, and hand you back to Mr. Anthony Wolimbwa. I thank you.
Yes, thanks, Gusta, for that very good work. Break is ready. Wait. So, we have our break ready. It's 10:46. After break, we are going to go into group work. Gusta, you'll guide on the group work. Yeah, how it will be done. We need to get these issues. You need to sharpen them, right? Like we agreed. The Secretariat will not compose the issues. Our job is to receive and package according to what you've given us. We may do a little bit of edits here and there, but the big job is yours. So let's have a break. Let's break for now. Then in 30 minutes, we return. We shall get guidance from Gasta to undertake the group work. I think that's not a big task, eh? Not so big to ask, isn't it? Yeah. So thank you so much. Enjoy your break. The
Anthony,
prayer. Yes?
Gusta needed more than that. The way they appreciated his work was too mean. Join me to appreciate the work of Gusta.
Thanks so much. Okay. Manyala nabi.
Thank you very much.
Okay, okay. Let's break for some tea and bites.
Hello. Welcome back from the break tea. Are you there? Are you there? Welcome back from the break tea. We are left with about an hour or so of group formation and discussions. I would like us to break into groups, and these groups are going to further discuss and help us to synthesize at least not more than 5 issues per thematic area, at least not more than 5 issues per thematic area. In a group, what you are going to do is, for example, if you are in adaptation, the adaptation group, you discuss 5 issues, 5 adaptation issues for consideration in COP. But before you arrive at the 5, you first discuss amongst yourselves to ascertain whether those issues are relevant for taking to COP. If you think that they are of national nature, they can be discussed within the country, you don't include it there. But if you think they are to be taken COP at international level, you include that issue in the thematic area of discussion. So we are going to, that is what we are going to do. We are going to form around 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 groups. Hey, 1, 2, 3. Okay. They are more than enough. We are going to form 8 groups, and each group will discuss those salient 5 issues in a thematic group, in a thematic area. But in addition to the thematic, the issues for consideration under the thematic, you should also than 5 let the group discuss as various levels within. I'm going to discuss the 5, and you highlight a number of the issues for consideration in COP. I want to consult with my technical team.
I'm saying, at the ministry. So could we be having other members here falling under specific key groups so that we don't just mix for?
By show of hands, how many people belong to the adaptation group? The adaptation group. How many people belong to the mitigation group? Mitigation group 1. Mitigation group 2. That will be a very productive group. Finance. Finance 3. Technology. Nobody for technology. Capacity building. People for capacity building. Health. And gender. Anthony.
This woman doesn't have a group. Now, you can get the but I'm never getting a group, but this group is a. Robot or very much the group can run a bit about finding the no bear a bit of injury sales. It's police back. Your Gamocado state Boko Kabala was that you're looking at him.
Sorry for the delay and lack of preparation from our side. We are now going to have 5 groups. Yeah? And those groups are adaptation, health, and loss and damage should be one group. The second group should be mitigation. The third group should be finance. The fourth group should be technology. And the last group should be gender and climate change. So I would like representatives, volunteers, 5 of them to step forward. A representative of adaptation. Step forward. 1. Okay. A representative of mitigation. I saw you putting up your hand. Come. Okay, technology come. And yeah, you should come for mitigation. And the last one is gender. Finance.
You sign. You are the one who signed it. So you sell it.
Yeah, capacity building, gender and capacity building together. Gender and capacity building. Okay. Now these are the heads of the groups. If you know that you belong to mitigation, that gentleman is going to find a table here, and you should assemble with him on the same table. And when we are done with the technology there, we shall flash the issues to be discussed. What group are you representing? Technology, mitigation, capacity building and gender, adaptation, health and loss and damage, and finance. So that is how we are going to in groups. So if you know you subscribe to mitigation, follow him. If you know you subscribe to capacity building and gender, follow him. If you know you subscribe to climate finance, follow him. Yeah. Are you ready?
Yo go te chingwa ba una parte. Ora gitu ba. No mal me ríe, que uno se me ne sei que no cana coca. No, claro. No pipinto, a ti ya como que para para que West like como one of the differences from there coming
Dako ne be yi mara wo ke. A ti do be tere be treatment. Ko me do da guti ga no ko. Ya duro dia. Okay, udah le magno be lupo kere kere. Ahora van a ver que ya sí sí. No. Ale brother be lupo kere kere no. Okay, I will serve you with the 500, but if you can join hands with this matter, maybe. Any matter, not for sure. Now, me don't be a silly, you can land there, you can be here. I don't take it for the door. I am not be a city to go there. Yeah. Yeah, look. Don't I let teach you? It teach. And then I know the boys is going on there. Movie. Oh, aku masih yang kali. Movie ada uji. Itu apa movie sih ya? Tapi orang ada orang kecil non. Kema kau cari mungkin bedi kewi lo benyo. Belu ni kan benyo. Baka nira na meki nyo. Jadi mito gero tu. Ngatali ke business, kini mito beti business, kini biasa ni Vicente di. Pesa la tiye, yo tiye. Oh, kita bilang kan kalau kita ya. Bicara lagi di nembi barayo. Ada tu cuma lagi cuma remote. Wah, memang memang. Dako cha. Dako metu luka. Jaro luka. Buon gini boti gini.
Volo quello.
Ti voglio.
Niente.
Niente.
Già. 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 Mamma mia, sento male.
We are looking at the bigger picture. We could have requested, but we are looking at if we do that, what comes out of that and what we can create. And actually, it's fine, but we are looking at Lola tuyinza okulaba ng'ezo miliyoni kkumi n'emu tuwandiika portfolio kalamba amatono tukola emyaka emirala etaano kitaano tuba tukikubye. So that's fine, naye timeline ziri zitya? Mulimu meeting bagenda abamu bajja genda manya abakuwa bagenda kikola kubanga it's mainly key format interviews kale kaninde communication webala.
Um, Time up. You have 0 time remaining. How much time do you need? Eh? 10 minutes? 10 minutes. These guys are done. Council, how many minutes do you need? How many minutes do you need, Chair? Eh? You need 10. Members, the groups have asked for 9 minutes now. They had asked for 10 minutes, but after elapsed, 1 minute has elapsed, so they are asking for 9 minutes. Maybe now 8 minutes. Yeah, let's finalize within 8 minutes. Okay. colleagues, we should be summarizing. We should be summarizing. And we would like you to share with us on email share with us on emails your discussion, outcomes of your discussion. Ngondetera. Share with us the share with us email. Share with us on email. Share with us on email. Share. Share with us on email. Hmm? It didn't come. Emails. Maybe it is in junk. Check in junk. Emma. Emma, come. People are ready for the presentation. Who wants to present first? Who wants to present first? This one, Chikomeko, you are the first to present. In the order, this one will present first, followed by are you going to present? Yes, you are following this one on presenting. You are number 2. Okay. there is time for everything. Time to stop is now. So stop everything you are doing and let's reconvene for hello, Niona, have you stop. Dennis Amena, stop. Yeah. Reconvene, please. Council, occupy this seat, your seat. Stop. What is not done yet, we shall finalize at a later stage. Otherwise, it is time to stop. Welcome back from the discussion groups. And it is now time to present the outcomes of your discussions. And to start with, or to kick us off with the presentations, is none other than Disan Chikomeko. Please, Disan Chikomeko, step forward. Disan Chikomeko, step forward for the presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Colleagues, listening to the presentation by the technology group, Disan Chikomeko is now ready to present. So, Mr. Disan.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, I'm Disan Chikomeko. We've condensed our thoughts into 5 points. The first one, we noted that the technology transfer is one of the means of implementation, and it is cross-cutting. One of the points we highlighted, the first one is we demand that they are environmentally friendly, accessible, handy to mean easy to use, efficient, affordable, that integrate and promote local knowledge and promote resilience of communities to the impacts of climate change, depending on the vulnerabilities. The examples we gave include the early warning systems and weather forecasting. The second, we thought that a technology needs assessment needs to be completed for all sectors. Economy-wide, we have the energy. I think we have already the technology. We have a technology needs assessment done for the energy sector, agriculture sector, and probably the transport sector. We thought that we would need to demand for an economy-wide technology needs assessment to be completed. And then the third point is we want at the COP that we want a linkage between the climate technologies mechanism and the financial mechanism to be priority, and it should be drawn. The third one, the fourth, we thought that capacity building needs to be done to develop technologies, implement them, and also maintain them. And the technologies need to be relevant to our national circumstances. And the last one, we thought that at the COP, there needs to be, the COP needs to facilitate and strengthen interagency coordination, starting from local communities, governments, private sector, research institutions, to facilitate co-development of technologies, knowledge sharing, and capacity building. That's what we managed to put down from the technology and innovations thematic group. Thank you.
Do we have additional comments, especially from the other groups? Do we have an internalization of the technology group? Are we sure these are the 5 technology needs or asks that we should include in our position paper?
The key issue first, okay, we take them all as key issues. Maybe these are the 5 key issues we take as yes. Yes. Yeah. Yes. I'm trying to digest the question, but
as he's digesting, and
yes,
and
you could assist.
Yeah, just a bit related to what he's asking, but also it's about aligning what you've generated to the framework the facilitator shared.
Yeah.
What is the issue? And then what is the description of the issue? I think he called it elaboration. And then what are we asking at national level? And what are we taking to COP? So I think that needs to to be aligned. Otherwise, if presented as it is, it can be difficult, very difficult for the audience where you're presenting to clearly appreciate what the asks are, what the issues are, and what the asks are. Yeah, but also along that line, just to make some additional proposals, because as Mr. Nduli shared yesterday, he clearly pointed out that there is a finance mechanism and a technology mechanism. The technology mechanism helps parties to understand their technology needs. And in our case as Uganda, we've gone through that process of technology needs assessment and also conducted the technology action plans, which are called the TAPs. And these were for the priority sectors as stipulated in the updated what? NDC. But of course, now we need to move from the action plans developed to have them implemented. And of course, that requires financing. And he also indicated that the technology, the finance mechanism has been established and there are processes to see how funds disbursement can be done. Yeah, but the reality is that the financing for technology is still inadequate, but also even the little that is already in the finance mechanism within the CTN, its disbursement and access is still slow. Because like in our case as Uganda, we've only received funding for doing the technology needs what? Assessment. So we need more financing to be able to implement these plans. Otherwise, they are going to remain on what? On the paper. Yeah, that's what I wanted.
Yes, we need to understand a little bit of this technology subject a little bit better. And I would like to request Anthony to prepare himself to respond to that request. But in the meantime, can we hear from Niona?
Thank you very much. So I think they had mentioned that we need a technology needs assessment for all sectors, but as per the presentation from Mr. Dr. Nduri yesterday, he showed that there was already a TNA for Uganda. It's already existing and it was done 5 years ago, but they've not had the money at national level to implement that technology needs assessment that they did. So they need money to implement the outcomes of the TNA. So I think that would be the main thing that would stand out at national level that maybe they could present to the COPs. I've forgotten the second point, but that was the major bit, I think, for now.
So we will need the money to understand. Sorry.
Thank you. Again, I'm standing to talk about the transport sector. For us, if I was in your group, our issue would have been the issue of intellectual property rights. You cannot talk of technology transfer in the middle of climate change when you have a decade of action expiring in 2030 without addressing the issue of intellectual property rights. First of all, LDCs or developing countries do not have the money to buy IP rights from the people who invent for applicability, for innovation and inventiveness. So my thinking in this ask, you need to have flexibilities provided under what they call the TRIPS, the trade-related intellectual property rights. It's an international agreement. So it normally introduces those flexibilities where a poor country can access a technology and have a value exchange for a particular benefit. For and against. There's always a balance in that regime of flexibilities under the TRIPS agreement. It is a fundamental point that you must get. Otherwise, you don't have the money to buy the technology in the short run, in this decade of action. I thank you.
Colleagues, let's put our hands together to thank Bisan for the presentation he has made. There are a few things that need further clarification. I think we shall we shall liaise with the ministry and put the discussions right. Now we are going to the second group. The second group is capacity building, and it will be presented by none other than our vice chairperson. Yeah, it's coming.
Thank you very much. I hope everyone can hear. At the back, are you hearing? At the back, are you hearing? Great. I was selected to present the issues that we discussed under capacity building and gender. My group mates, where are you? There we are. We only had one male, and another male joined later at the end. Bravo to our leader. Now, members, before I present what has been projected, yesterday, when Mr. Robert Pachika gave us a quiz about UNFCCC processes and just a few things, we realized that most people could not articulate the issues very well. So we're wondering, if people in this room cannot articulate the issues, how about those people at the grassroots? So one of the issues that we came up with was inadequate knowledge of multi-stakeholders in climate change and UNFCCC processes. So what we ask for at national level is to enhance capacity building for grassroots to fully understand the UNFCCC processes so that they can make meaningful contribution in programming and also monitoring the projects that happen at their level. So at COP, our major ask is to enhance funding for capacity building at all levels. And I think the government has ably elaborated on that, but we are just adding a voice to it. Then we have another issue, which is the nexus between climate induced migration, specifically for the refugees. You know, Uganda ranks, I think, #1 in Africa to be the leading host for refugees. And of course, this comes with a number of challenges, environmental degradation, and many others. So, at national level, our ask is to increase capacity building for all stakeholders on how to handle the climate-induced migrations. And then for COP, enhanced funding for programs to do with climate change and human displacements. Then another issue is capacity building for community-led adaptation actions. And here at national, what we are asking for when we are doing programming, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation, we need to move away from the top to bottom approach, but rather emphasize bottom-top approach in terms of programming so that interventions that are designed for communities actually suit what issues they are facing, and so that they can also have a stake when interventions are being implemented. Then the other issue was about the nexus between indigenous knowledge and climate science. So here the issue is protection of indigenous knowledge in when we are talking of acceleration of climate action. So at national, we are saying there is need of enhanced capacity for all stakeholders about intellectual rights on indigenous knowledge. And at COP, documentation and upholding intellectual property rights on indigenous knowledge and linkage to climate science. Then the big elephant in the room is the carbon trading mechanisms. Research has shown that the role of intermediaries, especially in the voluntary carbon markets, it is really under scrutiny. Most of these intermediaries, they actually do not disclose their fees and the profit margin. So the amount of funding that trickles down to the grassroots, to these communities that are involved in the carbon trading, is usually like a peanut. And yet some of these communities, they sign long-term agreements. So at national level, aware that Uganda is in the process of formulating, actually it has already started formulating the carbon market regulations. So as we know, they are not yet out, but there's need to increase awareness on carbon markets. Right information should be disseminated to the public, especially the local government who are at the front line of implementation, and also the grassroots communities. And then our ask at COP29 to ensure that Article 6 of the Paris Agreement is operationalized in order for parties to fast track formulation of the carbon market regulations. Then the other issue is gender and climate justice. We know climate change affects gender in different ways. So there's need at national level to enhance capacity of all stakeholders on the gendered impacts of climate change and how interventions can be formulated. So at COP, interventions should be gender sensitive, taking into consideration the disproportionate impacts of climate change. Then there's an issue about limited facilitation for the national negotiators, whereby support is needed for the gender and climate change focal points to carry out their mandates. So our ask for COP29 is for UNFCCC to enhance funding for negotiators. In other words, a budget line must be created to facilitate their operations for meetings. So that is all we had to share. There are more than 5 points. And the reason is capacity building was combined with gender. So there was no way we could limit ourselves to only 5. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Adrian, for the presentation. And I would like to ask the audience if there are issues, additions, or subtractions. Yes, Mr. Watoro.
Since we are talking capacity building, we see the West has made its education very expensive for most of us in developing countries. Those of you who have had undergraduate or postgraduate studies abroad, you know what it takes to attend. And we know that the UN system has training institutions and a fully-fledged university. My thinking is under the auspices of the UNCCC Secretariat, why don't we have a direct ask that we need 10,000 scholarships in those institutions that are under the UN mandate for Uganda? Then we can say we need 1,000 for this, 1,000 for the other. After all, they are multilateral finances. We have the right to access them just like anyone in any country in the world. I wanted that we ask that we need those scholarships. We cannot afford it. So they should give them to us because those institutions are there and they are eating UN money and we subscribe to those institutions. My brother here adds that they are competitive and we have the competencies.
Then why are you asking? If you have the competence, you have the competence to apply to compete with others. So he's asking for scholarships is the ask. I saw a hand here. Is it yours? Oh.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the elaborate presentation. My ask is on upholding intellectual property on indigenous knowledge and local knowledge. I think we should note, we should always uphold the local knowledge to be free and free and accessible, and not ask for such limits. I don't know if you get what I mean there, but the concern is if we want them to have patents on technologies that we think are making them more expensive, why would we want ask for patenting and copyrighting indigenous knowledge? I think it would limit access and usability.
I think the ask is simple. It is on patenting indigenous knowledge that is related to climate change.
As a group chair, starting with his issue, indigenous knowledge has been in existence, but encased in simpler localities. And here, our ask is with integrating research, affiliating to this already existing knowledge, documenting it, then disseminating it and passing on it specifically, come up with possible, let's say, identifications to detections to climate changes or any other expectations according to the previous existing knowledge. That is one. Then he talked of scholarships. It is true that as African countries, some of us have been less privileged, as it is indicated. And we are like, when it comes to competition, still we fail out because we don't have what it takes to meet the standards. But our ask is very clear that can we have a favor in technical training and inclusion? So should we make it open that we need scholarships? That's almost being greedy, but we can bring it out from the backside. Thank you very much.
Now, our software, our brain. Doctor, tell us, are we talking about things we shouldn't be talking about, or?
No, maybe I will not do that. Just to add to the discussion, but also to appreciate what the group has come up with, and to note that as the commissioner indicated yesterday, capacity building is cross-cutting, but it's also not receiving dedicated funds. So I thought that issue needed to come out clearly, but also it would be good to pick out capacity building needs across themes, and maybe our ask to COP is to have a dedicated capacity building program to address these needs at country level. Of course, it comes with funding, but then it needs to be more structured. And then for gender, there is a gender action plan. I think at a national level, there have been processes and initiatives of contextualizing and implementing this with support from FAO and others. But I think it's moving at a very small pace. It needs to be fast-tracked so that gender is not only mainstreamed, but there are clear interventions to advance gender transformation across sectors. And maybe lastly, also gender doesn't have a budget. They always say mainstream, but I think they ask at a higher level, is there a possibility of dedicating a portion of a budget to these projects, to some of these cross-cutting issues, whether capacity building or gender? Take, for instance, if we submitted a project proposal to the GCFO adaptation funds, can it be more structured to know that maybe 5% of these funds are dedicated to implement these activities? Otherwise, everything remains on what? On paper, and we keep reporting numbers. So many women benefited, but you don't see the real transformation. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor, for the input. Now I may request Adrian to respond to, if there are any issues to respond to.
There were no questions. What I did was to draft, to put them on paper. So they are going to be put in our text.
So join your hands to thank her for that discussion, for leading the discussion group, and for presenting. And Emma. So we now move to the third, and I would like to ask Niona, who is the group presenter? Sarah. Huh? Sharon, yes. Adaptation. Loss and damage, yes. Adaptation, loss and damage, and it included the agriculture, and it also covered the health. So it is a whole lot of things. It included transport. So.
Yes, good afternoon. Sharon Kunda is my name. I work with Action for Health Uganda. So me and my team, we came up with a very interesting topic, adaptation. And we highlighted the 5 key areas where we hope that at COP29, that is happening soon, we shall have our asks presented to the table with our negotiators. So I'll start straight away. We use the table as Mr. directed us. So we are very organized, me and my team. Can you clap for that? Yes. So number 1 is loss and damage. So with elaboration, displacement caused around people living around these infrastructures, the cost of inaction on loss and damage for Uganda is estimated between 437, ignore that, it is 437, estimated by 2050. And that is the research we have made, and by the help of Professor B. John Kadu in April 2023. So you understand that it should go beyond non-economic aspects to non-economic impacts. So to have the provision of non-economic impacts, for example, the heritage, the religion. By this, I mean also the monuments. So with that encompassed. So we didn't focus a lot with the national because we are looking at the asks at COP, and we ask for scaling for loss and damage fund to finance for displacement, restoration, climate mobility, vulnerability, and migration. You can agree with me that if we present such an ask, definitely we'll hear our cry as Ugandans. Number 2, agriculture. Could you please scroll up a little bit? Thank you. So based on the approaches to the sustainable agriculture and food security, as discussed during the SB 60, we all understand that selected to be in accordance with our national circumstances of Uganda, we prioritize the following: agroecology. There are 4 key assessment areas we prioritize agroecology, climate smart agriculture, the nature-based solution, and ecosystem-based approaches, plus the land degradation and desertification. So with this importance of the selected approaches up above, for economic development, agriculture, food security, and climate change. And I'll not take you more with agriculture because we all know that 70% of Ugandans, of the Uganda's population, they are small-scale farmers, and they rely mainly on agriculture. And we all know that Uganda is the backbone of agriculture. So with this, all this that we came up with was explaining more of agriculture and how our country rely on agriculture. So with our ask at COP, please. No. Yes, for our ask at COP as Ugandans, as negotiators, we are looking at the need to scale up agroecology, climate actions for grassroots smallholder farmers. That's our ask. And with this, it will encompass all the solutions, all the approaches as you saw above as the country. So number 3, we have yes, we also highlighted about wetlands. However, we noticed that we are speaking at, as you saw, national, but also at COP, at international level. With wetlands, we all know that wetlands are being degraded, and in Uganda, our wetlands, they are fading away. Like we have also laws that are helping to the people who are encroaching on the wetlands. So I don't want to go much in details, but I wanted to highlight as our national, as our country, that wetlands are very important. However, we didn't focus on it because there are so much important issues to focus on at COP, as our negotiators will be presenting us. And maybe to take you through why we selected the wetlands is because Uganda has a robust framework on a legal frame regime. Yeah, Uganda has a robust policy framework on legal regime, planning framework on NDP3 and SDG 13, that's climate action, and institutional framework complete for NEMA, government, NFA, and other casteted down to local government. So they all cooperate with wetlands. So the issue here, what we call number 3 is health. And we have our ask at COP as adaptation group. Health. Uganda is signatory of the European Union. So these declarations were non-funded. The UAE for last year COP in Dubai, for the EU Declaration on Climate Change, on health, of which Uganda is a signatory, doesn't have the targets, and also it is not funded. It is there, but it does not have the targets indicated, but also it is not yet funded. So that is about the health. However, we are recognized and we are signatory to European Union. What is our ask as negotiators, as Ugandans? When we look at health, we want to ensure that the Dubai Declaration on Health and Climate Change Funding Mechanism, for the Dubai Declaration on Climate Change, Health, and with the attendance targets, like we want to ensure that the declaration that was made in COP last year, it is intended to be funded, but also our targets to be intended to be achieved. This is our ask. The last one, we have governance. It's very important when it comes to negotiations at international level. So with governance, the joint annual reports of Executive Committee for the WIM for the loss and damage is associated with climate change impacts, and at the Santiago networks of averting, minimizing, and addressing the loss and damage associated with it. What is our ask? I want also to explain about WIM. Some of you may ask, what is WIM about? WIM is the international mechanism. Is a international mechanism, and our ask is to fast track the development of terms of references for the 2024 review of the WASWAL international mechanism and review of the joint annual reports of the Executive Committee for the loss and damage fund. So this is what we managed to come up with, me and my team, for the loss and damage for the adaptation group. Thank you so much.
I wanted to ask one gentleman here to single-handedly clap for you, if it is allowed. Yes, thank you. Any comments, additions to Sheila's presentations, please?
Thank you, the presenter for the team. Yes, when you go on the area of agriculture, I'm Ronald Bagaga. The agriculture area, one, I am uncomfortable as developing a paper mentioning so many systems. First of all, we are saying climate smart agriculture. We are talking about nature-based and so many other things. I think here we needed to qualify what we need to go with, because at that level, the international level, they have so many definitions aligned to these systems. And I would love to think that let's go by agroecology, given that it is where our call is coming from, than mentioning so many of those things. Two, on the call, we are talking about agroecology for small-scale farmers. I think also we are creating an environment for small-scale farmers only. I think, to me, I would love to say agroecology should be left open to the so many players in the food system, because there are so many players, and we are only not looking at small-scale farmers. Then lastly, yeah, I think those are the ones. Thank you.
Thank you. I know where your
Thank you.
interest is.
Thank you for
Small-scale
the...
farmers. Thank you so much for those submissions.
We have another input. Mr. Ratoro, I think you will not contribute to this one. It is like, this is like a council. If you speak more than once, you will be penalized by paying. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. I wanted to pick from what Mr. Bagaga noted. He highlighted two issues. Yes, I agree with you. We need to leave it open. I think we can leave out the small scale farmers, since we are also looking at how agroecology can be practiced on a large scale, like 500, 700, acres. So you're right about that. I also feel you when you talk about the other farming systems. The background of these farming systems was the SB60, where most of these systems were highlighted, the regeneration, the land degradation, like how they were highlighted there. We would also like to, for instance, to leave agroecology as a standalone, but we got a lot of guidance from the technical team, also the negotiator, Ministry of Agriculture, the Climate Change Department, that while we want to front only agroecology, there are other farming systems that the country, as Uganda, embraces. The climate smart agriculture. Actually, the government of Uganda has a number of projects aligned to climate smart agriculture. We had really a very big debate on whether we should only include agroecology. So when you go into the text, you realize that we gave agroecology a bit of flesh, and we just mentioned about the others. We feel you, but based on the national interests, the government of Uganda does not only recognize agroecology, they want to take on these other farming practices. That's why we concentrated on those four. Thank you so much.
Mine was just to support my rapporteur, since we were in the same group. If you can go back at the beginning of your text. Who is doing the slides? At the beginning. Yes, where she makes reference to the 437 billion, she just missed to add US dollars. So I wanted that members should understand that the currency is United States dollars, billion dollars. And kindly, you could add the period was 2010 to 2050. It's a 40-year period. 2010, 2050. Yeah, it is there already. I've seen it there. Then also, in the last comment on the Russell mechanism, my rapporteur, I think was hired by my brother Bakari Kwira Philip, the chairperson Kanu, Abada Mutwala Speed. We had added the Santiago network process. Our argument was that the Santiago mechanism looks at decision 2 of the Russell mechanism at the COP 2019 that should be implemented in that network to access technical assistance in regard to the targets that were set there. So it's important to mention the Santiago network in that part of the text, in the asks. If you could kindly add it there, because it also talks of Article 8 of the Paris Agreement.
Yeah, thank you very much, Council.
Thank you.
Bakari Kwira should not speak, he should sit down.
Thank you very much, Council. You clap for Baguma. Sometimes his inputs make a lot of sense, but you need to be as religious, because any religious person must be patient for you to get sense out of what he shares. Just go down for clarity, because for the members, go up in the document. I think on number 2, number 1, yes, loss and damage. For clarity, we are talking about the idea going beyond economic aspects. Not, there is a typo there. So if we don't make these errors right, people may be confused. It should go beyond economic aspects to non-economic. Delete the word none there. Yes. So before we were talking about the economic component, but this time around, to amplify this component, to go beyond the non-economic. That's we are talking about issues of health and many others. Yeah, thank you very much. I only wanted to make that correction.
Thank you. Thank you for your contribution. Sheila, do you have anything you can add on or any responses to questions or issues that have been raised?
No, sure. I think the team, I worked with a very amazing team, very supportive. The issues that the team has raised and other members, we shall be able to indicate them here, and then we share the final drafts. Others, thank you so much.
So join your hands to thank her. And again, I would like to request one gentleman to clap for her. Please clap. Yes. Now, mitigation. Can I invite Mr. Dennis to come and present? The presentation is from mitigation. You have it? Yeah.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Dennis Amena. I'm a forester by training, and I'm here to present on behalf of the group that handled mitigation. It was a vibrant group. There was a lot of discussion here and there, but we managed to zero down on those 5 issues that are flagged up there. The first one was that we identified as an issue was loss of tree cover. Especially, we put emphasis on the indigenous trees. Okay, indigenous trees. Elaboration is clear there. Trees, mainly, why do we lose them? Especially, mainly for fuel wood, because everyone has to eat, and charcoal. What are we asking the nation? Need to incentivize the farmers to keep the trees on farm. You understand? Encourage the farmers. What is that we can do to encourage me not to cut my mango tree for firewood? Not to cut my mutuba. Mutuba is, I'm trying to use examples. The backcloth fig, those in the albizzias, the sapium, ellipticum, those indigenous trees. What is that we can do to encourage the farmer not to cut them? What can we do? So that's what we're asking the country. Then the COP ask, we basically zero down, our ask is, ask the government to be held accountable and implement projects that incentivize the farmers to keep their trees on farm. And we also thought that this can be bundled in under the finance, because the government needs money to do the incentivization. Point number 2 is on technology improvement. Technology improvement, we realize that part of most of the technology that we have, there's a lot of inefficiency, especially in the area of cooking. We all eat, all homesteads eat, and a few of us, or few people, you can afford gas, LPG. Few people can afford electricity. Electricity is through the roof. The cost of that are well known. So what is the issue? We need more efficient, improved technologies. And one of our members gave an example of the Save 80. Then we also talked about the rock-based energy cooking stove. Most of you must have heard about it. There's a lady who is based in Wakariga. She makes those stoves. But what is the issue? These stoves and technologies are being made, but they are not affordable. Even some of us can't afford them because the costs are through the roof. They are good, but for example, our group member told us that a Save 80 is 200,000 shillings, but few people can afford that. So what is the national ask? The policy that promotes the reduction in the cost of these technologies is what we want. Then secondly, incentivize the technologies to make them affordable. to most of the indigenous people. For example, the 780 is 200,000. That's what our member talked about. How can we make it affordable? Can the government be empowered to subsidize this, so that maybe it pays a part and the farmer also pays a part, or the other people pay part? That's what we're asking for the country. Then the COP ask is financing the technology transfer mechanisms. Basically funding, it's all about funding. Our ask is, how do we ensure that we have the funding to incent to have these technologies affordable? In short, that's in a summary, that's what we are asking. Point number 3 is in the area of transport. Yeah, transport contributes 42% of the emissions. Okay, transport, the vehicles. In Uganda, we have, I think they are not even second-hand, they are reconditioned. That's the right word. We just sanitize it by saying they are second-hand, but in actual sense, they are reconditioned. So the cars that we get that are reconditioned definitely contribute to that figure. So what are we saying? We are saying that the ask for the nation is promotion of active mobility. Active mobility, we have the green parks that the former KCC director established. It is supposed to be, if you know that stretch from Namirembe, we are not supposed to have motorcycles, but trust me, if you pass there, where there is even a signpost, no entry for border borders, the border borders are down parking in there. Is that, I think all of you were in Kampala, you know that. So what we are proposing is that we need to activate this. If it is a no motorcycle area, people should walk, people should use bicycles. That's one of the asks for the country to promote that. Secondly, mass transport systems. Mass transport systems, these are obvious. If you have a train, I don't have to drive a car. Otherwise, if all of us are driving to come here, then that means our carbon footprint is not so good. We are emitting so much. So we are asking the country, how can we have the mass transport systems, the trains, the light ones, the light rails, the meter rails, and SGR. That's the example, and also the vessels. Then on that point, the ask for COP is persuade the government to implement. No. Show it properly. I'm not seeing. I can't see. On transport. Hold the government accountable so that the transport master plan is made a priority as one of its NDCs on the mitigation. So that under mitigation. So it has not yet been prioritized according to one of our members. So our ask is we could ask the government to make this one of the priorities, the transport master plan that will ensure that funding is secured to realize the mass transport systems and prioritize them. Then the fourth one is on planning. Planning is basically we emphasize the settlement. We have had the cases of Rubiji and wetlands across. Rubiji is just a small example, but across all districts, you find people are putting their houses. Very few people have building plans. People set up farms anywhere, whether it's a central forest reserve, whether it is a wetland, simply because we don't have the planning system has been thrown through the door. It's not being followed. So what are we asking the government? Fast track the physical development plans. This one, if it is fast tracked and followed across, we'll have this settled, such that building plans, settlement plans, and also the greening plans are put in place. This will help us directly in mitigation. And then what is the ask to the COP? Persuade the government to implement the building plans and also create a fund to have this implemented. That's what we came up with. And then the last one is on indigenous local knowledge. The different methods that we use as traditionally, which help in contributing towards climate change mitigation. We gave examples in our elaboration. In Karenga, the Ik have trees that they don't cut. Baganda and Basoga treasure the mituba or the backcloth fig or Ficus natalensis from to use the technical forestry, simply because it has some cultural significance. So those indigenous traditional ways have a way of contributing towards conservation and also directly towards climate change mitigation. So what are we asking the government nationally? Sensitization of indigenous communities to continue with their livelihoods outside water reserves. Government provides services such as education and health. This was basically focusing on the Batwa because in the way they live, they help towards conservation and contribute towards mitigation, but also encourage voluntary and work on the mindset change. The mindset change component is the thinking that the traditional way of doing things is backward. Simply, that is what we are meaning here. So that's where mindset change comes in. Then what is the COP ask? Move up a bit. Resources needed for alternative livelihoods and indigenous people. And then documentation, because most of this indigenous knowledge is not documented. It is not documented. Some people don't know it. Some people don't appreciate, especially the different generations. I may know how, by my age, I may have the experience on how to make a backcloth fig, but I'm sure most of the millennials don't know that, even never experienced it. They may not even be knowing what a backcloth looks like. You understand? So in the case there is a document, we feel that documentation is needed so that we have these pictures, videos of how indigenous knowledge and indigenous ways contributes towards conservation and climate change mitigation. That's what we came up with as a group.
Thank you. Colleagues, in the interest of time, I've been warned that we have overshot our own time allocation. The hotel is expecting us for lunch. It is coming to 3. It is past 2. I would like to ask that the last group presents, then we ask questions at once. If you can forgive us this for a moment. So, climate finance.
Thank you. I'm Ronald Bagaga, representing the climate. In that team, we are a few. We had our chairperson, Robert, there. Dr. Zaki, the software. Akram, our secretary. Comrade Virginia, and me, myself. By the time we were caught up, we had 3 issues. And those 3 issues, one of it was gender and health not having a specific fund. And at national level, or our call or our direction to the national level, we thought of having to have an auto-enhanced capacity for climate financing unit for management. We thought it's not adequate enough to do the job. Secondly, we thought Uganda needs a stronger national institutions to coordinate, manage, and access climate and development of financing. And some of them were listed there. We also thought of having a fund mechanism to support the parties to put up proposals and reporting mechanisms. You remember yesterday, issues of reporting were critically highlighted. Still at national level, we thought of having an upgraded NDCs at country level. Then we realized that we needed climate finance should focus on health related projects with high returns. Am I safe? Okay, returns to improve physical and mental health. Then finally, on to national level, we thought of having finance or elaborating where finance must be accessible and predictable. predictable targeting vulnerable populations. I think those are some of the areas to government. Then at COP, we call to ring fence a fund for health and gender, where countries are supposed to fulfill their pledges at country level, but also we thought of having a framework to disburse these funds. Yes, yesterday we had figures kind of flagged here for us. Then issue 2, I was looking at loss and damage. Loss and damage for national level. We thought of fast tracking the institutional framework for governance for that loss and fund, which we appreciate having it right now into the COP discussions. Then at COP level, the team thought of asking for the need to fulfill the pledges for member institutions. Then we think we need a clear roadmap for delivering and scaling up climate finance beyond 2025 with specific attention, loss and damage funding mechanisms. Yes, there was a contentious issue where we thought it is not good for the loss and damage fund to be housed at World Bank because now it is housed at the World Bank, and the members thought we need to redress that because we know so many challenges which we are developing countries are facing with World Bank processes, but also how can we have that fund to be as a donation than a loan from the World Bank. Then lastly, our call to that level, we thought of loss and damage should be a blended funding instrument than a debt. Then lastly, the new climate quantifiable goal, we thought it could be our third in line as our issue, and we didn't have any issue to national level. Our asks were all at the COP level, and under this we thought of fast tracking the implementation of climate finance. Also, we thought of asking for members to account for the money given out to several countries. Then also our comrade Harold advised that why don't we ask for de-risking private capital flows or carbon flows. Then lastly, the reduction of bureaucracy on access to funds. And those are the few areas we thought we can flag to the team. Thank you.
Wonderful. Clap for him one more time. And reduce the number of questions because you are standing between us and our lunch. Eh? You are standing between us and our lunch. I will have 2 questions. For the first one from Jibril.
Well, one of the the necessities needed for climate finance is agreeing to phase out fossil fuel use. However, Uganda as a country, we say we are phasing down fossil fuel use as we are targeting our oil exploration, ECOP, and in the other 14 districts where we have more oil. So, meaning we are risking not to tap into that finance with our statement of phasing down. not phasing out. So our maybe our ask should be phase down, not phasing out. Thank you very much.
Yes, Dennis.
I'm Dickens Ochero from Youth Go Green. My question goes to, I wanted to see a line of at least the funding whereby you asked in the COP. For instance, he talked about the fossil fuel that we are seeing. And you know that we in Uganda here, the biggest emitters are the agricultural products coming to manufacturing. Those are the things. Why can't your intake in COP feel like what we want to ask that they should bring an international policy that regulates these companies like Total, Shell, respect company, whereby they put a star charge on them, while the money that they're supposed to protect, when we know that they operate in Uganda, we can have a mistake that the fund comes direct Shell or Total in Uganda. What's that charge that they put on them? What are the international policy that they put? So that this funding we get it direct. So we know that with the issue of there's a lot of bureaucracy in getting this fund. So that we have resources, Mr. Legal, here in Uganda, and waiting from outside. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we
Thank
have
you.
the last one from Mr. Software, and then we call it a day.
Thank you. My comment is not to finance, it is to mitigation. And just to say that Uganda is like any other LDC, the focus is adaptation actions, but of course it adds value to advance mitigation actions that have adaptation benefits. So I think that should be a clear issue for our negotiations, because there is also a risk of investing so much in mitigation, yet our priority is what? Adaptation. And also related to that and related to what my colleague here raised is about the just transition to the low carbon economy, net zero. And I think I'm forgetting the other words, but they always use it. And then renewable energy, transition into renewable what? Energy. Whereas those are good pathways, we need to be aware of our own context and where our mandate and responsibility is within this framework. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, he should respond to that question before I give the mic to the current speaker.
Yeah, thank you, Doctor, for that. His response is well captured. But I wanted to add just a small thing on renewable energy. Renewable energy, there is a tendency to remove the eye of hydroelectric power, which we mentioned. It's one of Uganda has very big infrastructure. We just commissioned a dam recently here. But electricity is not affordable. So why don't we begin by making electricity affordable? And people begin cooking using electricity. To me, if it's renewable energy, let's begin with that. We have so many dams across the river Nile, but electricity is not affordable. Let's begin with that, even before you go into solar. That's my point.
Okay. So now you respond. Yes.
Thank you, comrades. I think there is no any question for response. Rather, there were guidance to see how we can improve financing for or climate finance, because most of these things we can add them or incorporate them in our document. Thank you.
So, colleagues, we have come to the end of the group work, and I think I have been a good facilitator. Thank me. And I hand over the microphone to Anthony Wolimba.
Yeah, just thanks so much, Gusta. Another round of applause for Gusta and an applause for yourselves. You've done quite a good job. Now you leave us the task of organizing this document into something presentable. We shall do next week, we'll have a smaller technical meeting, courtesy of Regenerate Africa, to again go over these issues and come up with both the detailed and the abridged version of the paper, which will be presented to the PS Minister of Water and Environment for inclusion, to be formally presented. We shall conclude it, do a good write-up. I guess the brains are there. So we are going to present these issues. We'll do a formal handover to the ministry. But of course, we'll not stop there. We'll pick these issues. There's a lot of, other civil society actors. You're not the only ones, of course, pursuing the same agenda. Even right here, down here, there's a meeting by Oxfam. They're also trying to raise matters to do with climate justice, climate finance. Yeah. And also at Cannes International, the same is happening as we speak. There are meetings going on. So through those collective efforts, I hope we can, get our things on the agenda, get the good decisions and so on. So I am standing between you and lunch. We just have one function, the closing function. And because we are a member-based organization, I am going to request one of our members to give the closing remarks, and to be none other than the representative of WWF Uganda. WWF Uganda works with us through Emily, through ECHO, through a number of you, but still gets back to the network. So before he comes in, of course, I will extend our sincere gratitude to the partners who have enabled this function to take place. They are there on the banner: Pelham, ActionAid, Regenerate, Oxfam, Accord, Emily, stroke WWF. You provided us I guess somebody who is online must have had a good experience. Is there anyone of you who was online here? If you have been online, you must have gotten a good experience. You can actually see it from here. So even those who are not here, I think felt like they were in the room. The quality of the service was very good. So I want to commend the team from Emily for enabling us to do that. Yeah. The food was good, I guess, isn't it? Aha, perfect. So after Harold finishes his remarks, the admin, I think we did it yesterday, so we'll not do any admin announcements. Yeah. So on behalf of the network, I would like to request Mr. Harold Turinawe, others say Turinawe. You can use that to give us closing remarks and any other message you have.
Yes, thank you very much, Anthony. First, I don't know whether these are closing remarks or just a vote of thanks. I want to begin by bringing greetings from my country director, Ivan, who I invited when we were together, and he actually wished to be here, but then he said, no, since I'm engaged, go and camp there for these 2 days. When I reached here, Philip Bakarikwira started saying that the ODF has been lost. So but I want to make that clear that we only changed the terms of deployment. Instead of deploying ourselves, we started deploying others in this network. We cannot leave this network.
this is where we belong and we are going nowhere. I want to take this opportunity to thank the organizers of this function. You see, COP is about us, and COP is about our people. And these discussions are very important, not only for government, but for us, the people who are led by the governments, who are represented by the governments. So it's important that our ideas are corrected. I thank the organizers, yes, ActionAid, Pelham, Regenerate, Oxfam, Accord, and everyone in the house. Organizations and negotiations are very interesting, so I can't go away without thanking the organizers. I mean the negotiators. Our team of negotiators who have been with us, want to thank you. We know climate negotiations are tricky. They need patience. You heard yesterday how loss and damage has taken 10 years to come to the table. They should be intentional, progressive, and the issue of context. You had the last question about scaling down and scaling up and all that. We need to have the context of this. And sometimes what's interesting is that there is a conflict between intention and action, the misalignment of intention and action. And that's what has been actually disturbing many of the negotiations, not only for climate, but also for biodiversity. Good intention, but when it comes to action, there are challenges. From our discussion for the last 1 day and a half, there is a need for capacity building. So my first ask to our negotiators and government is, let's have the capacity building basket first on our list of negotiation, so that even us who want to support you, we are not seen to just pretend to support you. We actually know what we are doing. There's a lot of reading, a lot of issues, and if we are not actually organized in terms of capacity building and empowered, we might have meetings, but we don't add value to the negotiations. Remember, it's countries that commit, it's countries that negotiate. For us, yesterday we were told we are what? We are the overflow. Actually, Vachika's pocket in Uganda, I felt a little bit insulted. Mujuzo. He said we are just Mujuzo. So, yes, we are Mujuzo, but want to be an important Mujuzo. So let's endeavor to advocate foremost that we are empowered, that our capacities are built or constructed, whichever is the word, so that we are able to be useful Mujuzo. Ladies and gentlemen, COP29 is a finance COP. I don't know whether Gasta knew it, to make sure that the last presentation was on finance. COP29 is a finance COP, where we are going to have the new global finance target, and this target is supposed to respond to needs of developing nations. And I wanted us to have our take-home ask around that. Since it's a finance COP, our negotiators are requested or expected to negotiate, first of all, to increase the total commitment. But also note that issues of time frame, terms of provisioning, how this money shall be given. That's why you had the group of finance able articulating that shouldn't meet World Bank, it should be in another vehicle. These are things that should be negotiated in this scope. Another issue is what the finance will support. I think that's what the mitigation and our culture team was trying to talk about. But we should be very broad, because if you become narrow,
You know, there are guys who are countries that are very smart. They come with an ambiguous ask that swallows what you've asked. So you need to be very smart in terms of what this money will support and how it will be dispersed to the communities that need it. Now, we need to deal with the issues of middlemen. Yeah? You've had in carbon, we have intermediaries. So these are the things we have to deal with in this negotiation. If there is money, how does it reach down? We need to see diverse finance instruments. If you say World Bank, where is the alternative? We have debt, equity, all those kinds of debt, equity. You can even say blended financing and all that, so that nobody is left behind in terms of tapping in this. Because we know climate actually ravages the person in the last mile more than it does somebody who is affluent in Kololo. Somebody in Bgaise, sorry about my Bgaise facility people. Somebody in Bgaise faces these issues more and harder than somebody in Kololo. Want to see better access to finance? We want to see finance that is predictable, very predictable. We want also to focus on results and less on processes. You know, we sometimes waste a lot of time on processes. 3 years writing a GEF proposal. And we are talking about climate. Every season, Nyamwamba is killing people. And then you are still writing a proposal. Tomorrow, Gwiz is flooding. The next day, Kajara is dry. You are still writing a proposal. So we need to focus on results and less on processes. Ladies and gentlemen, the groups that have made strides, the HNAPs, the TAPs, the NCDs, they need a tap on the back because this COP also has some accountability. We also need to account for what we've achieved so far. So we want to thank those groups because Uganda will have something at least to present. I want to not stand too much between you and your lunch. So allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to end here and leave the job to Gasta and the group, summarize this on one page. Whatever we did on one page. How they will do it next week, whether you do AI, we shall know whether you need capacity building. Because maybe Philip and the group will help you with that capacity building. Ladies and gentlemen, I like this, the solidarity of, in solidarity for a green world. I beg to stop here for God and my country.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much. Big round of applause. It's lunchtime, but there's an exhibition, I think, for stop. Where is it? Downstairs. So as you have as you enjoy your lunch, please make sure you visit the store. Okay. Please, you've been talking of technology. Yeah. No, we are not coming back here. The guest of honors, you know. Yeah. Thanks so much. You're welcome.
Ladies and